Please have a seat. You may continue your examination.
Thank you. Detective, just to kind of reset here. So we've been looking at a portion of your interview with the defendant.
Yes, sir.
And what day did that occur?
Wednesday, May 27th of 2020.
And in the room, there are three people. Can you tell the jury again who those three people are?
It is myself, Matheau Moore, and Detective Brett Peachy.
Okay, we're going to resume with a portion of the interview where Detective Peachy asks for a ranking of a scale of 1 to 10 of his relationship with his wife. Do you recall that?
No, sir. I don't think we got to that part.
Right. We haven't covered that yet.
Okay.
We're going to start there now.
Okay.
Your Honor, this time I've labeled this portion of the interview State Exhibit 74B, and asked to publish that to the jury this time.
10 being bliss, everyday honeymoon, like a honeymoon, and 1 being can't stand each other. I'm just asking, what would you rate?
It would fluctuate like a sine wave, but we were on since 6 months. It was an 8.
Last 6 months?
Absolutely. Did you read our text?
Well, we haven't gone through everything. There's a
There
massive
might
amount
be some old text where we
information.
were like, whatever, but it was after my son died. There was tension, stress. She dealt with it differently than I did, and so there was things that were said back and forth. But this whole Corona thing really, we became really super. She's like, and then we need each other. Let's do this thing, guys. I did not hurt my wife. I did not hurt my wife. I loved her. I don't know. I would speculate.
Detective. After the defendant was talking about Corona, what did he say about Emily?
He told us that he loved his wife and said it in the past tense.
So not love, but loved. I
Loved.
loved my wife.
To say that she might have hurt herself. But if she did, you would have found her by now. She would have went down somewhere close. Was there times when she would kind of say, I'm not afraid to die, this thing? I mean, don't they all kind of be like that? Sort of. Nothing that I would ever call anybody good. My wife's going to hurt herself. Nothing.
And why would you think she would hurt herself? I mean, possibility.
Because she was, not that she ever would, I'm just saying she was emotional. She would get emotional. She was a very emotional person. And she would say things like, and then when Joseph died, it was like this thing where she would be like, well, if I would do it if I needed to do it, or shit like that. You'd be like, whoa,
So, like I said, we're not.
Detective, the interview continue after that?
Yes, it does.
And I'm not going to ask to publish what's been marked as State Exhibit 74C to the jury.
Would it surprise you if I said that she didn't seem to be as happy as you were led to believe?
Of course.
It would surprise you?
It wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise you?
She was sadder than I thought she would.
As far as your relationship?
No, she loved me. I would be very surprised if there was like a... No.
Detective, was the defendant just there talking about Emily's feelings towards him?
Yes, he was.
And what did he say?
He said, no, she loved me. Again, past tense.
Loved, not love.
Correct.
No, well, I'm not saying that, but, literally 2 weeks ago, there was one person that she kind of confided in through text messages and so forth.
Said something that...
And she said that Matt picked another fight with me last night. This was 2 weeks ago. And then they kind of go on and talk about it a little bit. Early May, so we're talking this month. Matt and I are talking and friendly, but it's not the kind of relationship I want. in April, a month ago, please don't talk about Matt and I in love. She said, same day, he has been the same since Joey, which I understand. That's not a criticism. I completely get that. It certainly changed. And at the same time, she said, I think Matt is mentally ill. And then the same day, we aren't talking. Reference your relationship, we're not talking. This was a month ago. She said, we're not talking. And she said, I don't want to talk about him. I'd rather focus on the future. By the way, Matt got really drunk last night. This was February. By the way, Matt got really drunk last night and said some things I don't think he can take back. I'm fine. I'm pretty sure we are not going to stay together. What do you say?
I mean, we would argue about things, but I didn't think that it was that.
What was it that you said? She was mad.
And she focused on one thing, Matt picked the fight. Again, this is April. This is barely a month
She
ago.
would accuse me of picking fights.
Okay, but this was a month ago. Okay, and this is heavy. Matt picked a fight with me yesterday and said some awful things. I'm not wearing my wedding ring. And that doesn't sound like somebody who's in a happy relationship. I found my wife texted that to somebody a month ago.
I get it. I'm not going to say that those things. Of course, there was a roller coaster relationship, but it wasn't like anything that you would think that someone would hurt someone. It just would.
I'm just addressing the fact that you just told me that the last 6 months have been bliss and it ain't.
Yes.
Okay.
There have been levels of that,
Okay.
and you can check the other texts, and they are super. I love you. I'm going to say
I saw
there
that.
are.
It's very much up and down. Bipolar relationship.
That would go away. That would really go away. It would last for a night.
Will you acknowledge that that's some pretty heavy shit when your wife said, I took up my wedding ring, I don't think we're going to stay together.
It's not as heavy as you think it is.
You don't think that?
You might think it is, but it's not. She would be like that at times because of her anger issues. It always swung back. It wasn't.
Well, why would you have said that whenever they asked how your relationship?
I didn't even remember that because it's not in my mindset. The good times have been so good.
Okay, but
you guys are really going to try to.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm reading your wife's words.
I
understand that. Just let me. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying when you come in and say we had a great relationship, told Officer Hollis, we had a great marriage, no problems whatsoever, and then I read this, it's going back 6 months, and you text her on New Year's Eve and say if you want a divorce and we're going to move out, fine. I mean, these are all things I just printed off, which have they aren't the usual fight, like, I'm pissed at you, fuck off, I don't want to talk to you tonight, just leave me alone. It's go golfing, because I don't want to see you right now, I want to be alone. That's,
Well,
we admit that's pretty,
it's not as heavy as you think it is. From looking at it from the outside, I can see why someone would think that. But it's not. It's just the level of anger from... I'm not going to say it's her fault. I had my issues with my son. I would get angry too. We would fall back in love the next day. It was just the thing that we would do. And it wasn't... And when you say, hey, how was the last 6 months? The last 6 months have been really nice, man. I mean, was there a time that we had a night where I said some bad things and she took her wedding ring off? How long ago was that? I mean...
a month ago.
It happened, but I mean, I'm not gonna... I don't know how to explain to you.
Do you remember that happening though?
I remember her, I think, taking her wedding ring off, but didn't last. But this thing has gone on forever.
When was the last argument you and her got into, screaming match?
There was never really a screaming match. It was more of just...
When was the last argument / loud conversation?
I couldn't remember. I couldn't tell you. I was guessing.
Because your neighbors are out there saying it was in the last 2 weeks. Would that be correct?
I don't know. And there's the screaming. We were screaming at each other. They were saying that we were screaming at each other.
Yes.
That they could hear it. I don't know. We weren't. There might have been a loud, whatever.
Loud disagreement?
We're not. We weren't violent, we weren't screaming like at each other, oh, like throwing things around. It just wasn't happening. It's not the type of relationship we had. We would get mad at each other because we had issues, but they weren't even close to being like. She was saying that to her friend. I mean, that's surprising to me because I wasn't like, I mean, at times you'd say, I don't want to be married to you anymore. But it doesn't go down the lines that I'm sitting in a police station right now, being like you're going after me.
We just have to make sure we know how to use it.
Trust me, as a man to man, that what was going on there was nothing there was nothing to be worried about. There wasn't anything.
So, can I change course now? So, it was Officer Hollis. I keep wanting to think it's Sereno, but it was Officer Hollis came out on Monday to take the report, correct? Okay. Now, and her phone wasn't seized or anything else like that. Were you posting stuff on Facebook from her account using her phone?
I don't know, maybe. I knew her passcode, and it was my son's old phone. I could have went on there and posted something. I think I didn't have any of her friends' phone numbers, I think, so I think I was maybe making contact. I'm guessing that I was making some sort of contacts with friends of hers, using when I was looking for her.
Like after she was reported missing? And
I'm sure I did use her phone to contact friends of hers.
Did you post something to her Facebook account, to her friend on Facebook, like, hey, she's missing?
I didn't until later on when it was told to me that it was as serious as it was. It wasn't like, it was after the meeting I showed up.
I just need to know if you did it. And there's nothing wrong with it.
I don't know. I don't know.
Matt, this was 2 days ago.
I know.
You can't remember if you
Which
were
phone I
on
used,
her phone. Did you get on her? Did you think to yourself, and this would make perfect sense, to say, look, I don't know her friends, which we know. So I'm going to get on it, and you made the comment, I would like to post things to her account. That's why you wanted her phone back. So it's been through your mind. It would make perfect sense. I'm going to go on her Facebook account and post, hey, has anyone seen Emily? This is her husband. I can't find her. She's been missing.
I can't recall, but I must have.
You don't remember that? It was 2 days ago.
I know. I don't know if it was me that got on. I must have.
Was someone else using her phone?
No.
So the phone stayed at the house the whole time? You didn't hand it out to a cousin or walking down the street, some Joe stranger or anything else like that? Okay. So if anything was posted on her account, have you ever accessed her Facebook from your phone?
I can't. So I've never done it. I can't access. I've tried to post stuff onto her page from my phone, but it doesn't
But you can't get in and ask her on her Facebook?
I can do it from her phone. I can do it. Yeah.
Yes.
Just get on her phone, go to Facebook, and
Okay.
I'm sure I did. I can't say I definitively did, but I'm sure I got on Facebook. Hey, I did, didn't I? I did. You guys know. I went on and say, this is Matt. I'm Emily's husband. She's missing. I must have. I had to. I just don't recall right now if I did. But I'm pretty. I mean, that would be the move to make. I mean,
Just because we ask you a question, it doesn't mean that we're going at it.
It's not a trick question.
I know. You're right. And I'm just trying to tell you that if I don't in my head picture it, I don't want to say I did. But I mean, it would be the move to make. I mean, yeah, I must have.
Okay.
I've been using my phone, her phone, my phone, her phone for the last, this is Wednesday now? I don't even know what day it is anymore. I've been using 2 phones, so it's looking at her friends.
But you can't post from yours, so if you post into her Facebook account, it has to be through her phone.
It has to be just her phone, there's no doubt about it.
Did you use her phone for any other purpose?
Like what?
Did you text a few friends? You text some friends of hers or any contacts?
I'm sure I did. Yeah, I had to because I don't have a lot of her friends' phone numbers and stuff. So yeah, that's why when I gave the phone to you guys, I was like, you need that phone back to contact people.
And did you make, I know you said you don't remember, but did you make a couple posts on her Facebook account? Did you make 1, did you make 5?
I mean, I don't know.
Do you remember what you wrote?
At some point I started, that's right, when you guys took the phone, that's when I started posting from my phone. I'm going to say everything prior to that was probably from her phone. I don't know why I would post. I can't.
Was anything deleted in it?
Detective, one more portion of the interview to play here. It's been marked as State Exhibit 74D, and that's to publish that to the jury this time.
I'll be guessing, but I think she hurt herself.
How do you think she hurt?
She would say that she was going to do it, she would hang herself.
So, and of course, no one knows anything at this point. I'm just asking for your opinion. So, do you think that she hung herself?
I don't know. I don't know.
Just what does your gut say?
That she hurt herself.
That's your gut belief. Has she ever
And
said,
I'm going to say, anything on the line.
we were just talking.
She has talked about killing herself before, but not anything where I would call the authorities and say, you need to save her.
If she were to hang herself, where would she do it?
She would do it where she would be easily found. She wouldn't want to cause any heartache.
Since she hasn't been easily found, is it plausible that she didn't kill herself?
You tell me, you're the police. I'm not.
I just want you to just look at the entire thing. Just pull yourself out of it.
Is there a chance that she went out at some point and some abductor from Westerville, Ohio, put her in the car and drove off with her? What are the odds of that happening?
In Westerville, Ohio, almost 0%.
Zero.
Especially on Memorial Day when everyone's at home. It's a perfect day out.
So I'm going to say, was she abducted? No. I know I did not hurt her. I didn't do it. So the other thing that I think of is that she did something.
Detective, is part of your investigation, did you have an opportunity to review Officer Hollis's body cam in detail?
Yes, sir.
Were the details that the defendant provided to Officer Hollis the same as the details that he provided to you?
No, sir.
I'm going to put up for you what has previously been marked as State Exhibit 7. Can you see that, Detective?
Yes, sir, I can.
Can you tell us, first of all, what we're looking at here?
This is a still shot from Officer Hollis's body cam from when he when he was out on the scene taking the original report from Matheau Moore.
And what do you notice about the location of some items there in the center?
Well, if you look towards the shelf in the middle of the picture right there, there's a red igloo cooler and a orangish red extension cord sitting on top of it. And if you notice, there are two sets of herbs drying in the wall behind them. And directly next to that red igloo is some sort of orange tackle box or toolbox or something else like that.
At the top right there, does it indicate what time that screenshot was taken?
So that is taken at 22:37 and 24 seconds in Zulu time.
And it's subtract 4 hours from that to get Eastern Daylight Time?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8. Tell us what we're looking at there.
This is another still shot from Officer Hollis's body cam from when he was taking the missing person report from Matheau Moore.
And what do you notice about the location of those items now?
The items have now been moved. If you notice, the red cooler with the orange extension cord on top has now been shifted over to the right. Those two sets of drying herbs are no longer directly behind the cooler itself. It is further away from that orangish tackle box, toolbox, whatever it is. And now there's a red flashlight that's been placed out.
And do you recall how the defendant and Officer Hollis got back to that location before this screenshot was taken?
Yes, so just before this screenshot, Officer Hollis was talking to Mathew Moore in the driveway, and Mr. Moore wanted to notify Officer Hollis that he had noticed something in the garage.
Detective, we heard testimony yesterday about a tip line being put out. Can you tell the jury about that?
So there are two ways that if the police department is ever looking for the public's assistance, we have a phone number where people can call in, and it's a general phone number that goes into the supervisor in the detective bureau, and then he can dole it out, to whoever the investigator is. We also have a email address where if someone wants to just send an email to us with a tip, they can do so that way as well.
As the lead officer in the investigation, were you the one that collected all those tips? They all end up with you?
I wouldn't say all of them, but if I had to put a number on it, I'd say easily 90% of them. There was just such a huge volume of phone calls and emails and stuff coming in that it's truly, honestly hard for one person to look at every single tip that comes in, but primarily, yes, sir.
And was that a rare occurrence, an everyday occurrence, something else?
Receiving tips from the tip line,
Yeah.
it was just about every day. There were tips coming in, sometimes several tips a day, sometimes just one or two. There was no set number to it, but it was nonstop.
And did you attempt to follow up on all those tips that continue to come in?
Yes, sir, we did.
Detective, as part of your investigation, did you have contact with Amy Thomas?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you have any conversations with Ms. Thomas about her conversations with Matt?
Yes, I did.
And specifically in the middle of June, do you remember any conversations you had with Ms. Thomas?
Objection is to hearsay what Ms. Thomas told the detective.
Overruled. He can answer whether he had a conversation.
Yes, I did have a conversation.
As part of your investigation, did you conduct a neighborhood canvass?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak to an individual by the name of John Kramer?
Yes, sir, I did.
And without saying what he said, did you talk to John Kramer about the timeline of events and when he had last seen Emily?
Yes, sir.
As part of the investigation, were some bank records obtained?
Yes, sir, they were.
And can you tell us generally what was in the bank records?
They would provide, at the beginning, just an overview, what sort of accounts they had, the names that were on those accounts, and then from there, if there were any sort of transactions, either from swiping a debit card or writing a check itself.
Did you see any activity on the accounts belonging to Emily Noble after the day she went missing?
Strictly Emily Noble?
Yeah, so an account that only belonged to Emily Noble.
I can't recall that, no, sir.
Were there accounts that did not strictly belong to Emily?
Yes, there was an account in both Mathew Moore's name as well as Emily Noble's.
And did you find any transactions in that joint account after the date that Emily went missing?
Yes, sir, I did.
And generally speaking, what were those?
The two that really drew my attention were there was two separate $5,000 checks signed by Mr. Moore.
977. Detective, I'm going to just show you Once I get this up here. Detective, I'm marking, this is State Exhibit 77. Are you able to see that up in front of you?
Yes, sir, I can.
And as I scroll through it, can you say generally what it is?
It seems to be the records that we received back from J.P. Morgan Chase for any account information involving Mr. Moore and Emily Noble.
And I'm going to come up and show you specifically information about two of those transactions that you mentioned, but do you see that information on page 23, 24, 25, and 26 of the exhibit there?
Yes, sir.
Detective, I'm handing you State Exhibit 78 and 79. Take them all.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize the two documents?
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, can you tell the jury what they are, please?
They are two copies of checks that we received back in that transaction from J.P. Morgan Chase that were signed by Matheau Moore.
At this time I'd ask to publish State Exhibit 78 to the jury.
No objection.
Detective, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a copy of a check that was written out and signed by Matheau Moore.
What does the date appear to be on the check?
It appears to be May 5th of 2020.
And who does that check appear to be made out to?
It's made out to a Paul Pulver.
And what was the amount on the check?
The amount is $5,000.
Turning to the second page of State Exhibit 78. Does that indicate a posting date of when that date was actually, that check was actually cashed?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what was that date?
June 8th of 2020.
Now, assume permission to publish State Exhibit 79. Your Honor, may I publish 79?
Yes, oh, sorry, no objection.
Detective, I'm now showing you what's marked as State Exhibit 79. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is another copy of a check that was filled out and signed by Matheau Moore.
And who was that check written to?
Arturo Ragaroli.
And what was the date that was listed on that check?
The date for that is June 6th of 2020.
And finally, the second page of State Exhibit 79, can you tell us what the posting date was of that particular check?
June 9th of 2020.
Detective, did you receive additional bank records pursuant to another subpoena?
Detective Bagwell did, yes, sir.
I should say, Westfield Police Department received other records?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I'm just going to show you up there just to identify them, but marking them as State Exhibit 80. Detective, these, as I scroll through that, look like the other records that you're familiar with in the case?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And those are true and accurate copies of the records your department received pursuant to subpoenas that were issued to J.P. Morgan Chase Bank.
That is correct.
Detective, now I want to get into talking about cell phones. When was a phone belonging to Emily Noble collected?
Tuesday, May 26th of 2020.
And what was going on at that time? When was that collected?
That was during the knock and talk with myself and Detective Peachy.
When was a phone collected from Matt Moore?
Wednesday, May 27th of 2020.
And when was that phone collected?
Approximately 4:30 in the afternoon during the execution of the search warrant.
Were both of those phones that were collected in late May of 2020 provided to Detective Lechty?
Yes, they were.
And after Detective Lechty formed his portion with the phones, did you receive back these reports, these extraction reports that we're talking about here?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with those types of cell phone extraction reports?
Yes, sir.
You have experience dealing with them?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to sort through the different tabs and the information that was on the phones as Detective Howard testified earlier this morning?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you were able to create additional reports or search for certain materials and distill that down rather than having a 200,000 line timeline?
Yes, sir.
Before we get into talking about some of these reports, what time are they in?
They're in the Zulu time, Greenwich Mean Time. Essentially, it's the standard of time for the rest of the globe it is based off of.
And so in order to convert to what would have been local time in May of 2020, what do you have to do?
From the time shown, you have to subtract 4 hours to get the current time as it is in Eastern Standard Time.
As part of your investigation, did you review texts between Matt and Emily?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to mark this for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 81.
Can I see it?
It's the- Detective, are you able to see this document in front of you?
Yes, I am.
And looking up at the top, can you tell us what State's Exhibit 81 is?
This is a text message conversation between Emily Noble's phone and Matheau Moore's phone.
And does the first page of the report reflect that those are the two participants?
Yes, sir, it does.
And does it list next to conversation what type of conversation this is?
Instant message conversation.
And Detective, does State Exhibit 81, do you see there how many pages it is?
It looks to be about 503 pages altogether.
And is that an exhibit that lists all of the text messages or instant messages between Matt Moore and Emily Noble that you were able to recover from the phones?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk generally about this first. Can you The defendant told you that their relationship was a sine wave, I think he said, or a roller coaster.
Yeah, he kind of described it as very up and down. Yes, sir.
Did your review of their instant messages reflect that?
Yes, sir, it did.
Generally speaking, can you give us an idea of what kinds of things you saw?
There was very much an up and down text conversation between the two of them. One minute it's, I love you, and I've packed your lunch, and I can't wait to come home. And then the next minute, there's just, you better not be drunk when I get home, and just a lot more negativity with the downside of it as well.
Did that up and down relationship continue throughout the entire time of the text messages or instant messages that you were able to recover?
No, sir, it did not.
And when did that change?
It was very much up and down from the beginning of it at the end of October until approximately beginning of April. And at that point, it seemed to be the up and down. There were no more ups, and the conversation just seemed to be going down at that point.
As part of your investigation, were you able to load up that report and search for individual words?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to search to see how many times the word love appeared?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about March of 2020.
Okay.
Did the word love appear in the instant messages between the two of them at that time?
Yes, it did.
And how would you characterize that?
Good morning, my love. I love you. Just in the typical sense when you hear the word love, as to how somebody would use it.
After that beginning of April, after that time in March, how many other times did you see the word love in their messages to you?
The last time that I saw it was April 7th of 2020.
Fair to say you don't know what they were saying to each other in person or in other potential ways of communicating.
Agreed.
But with regard to the instant messages, the word love doesn't appear any longer after the beginning of April.
That is correct.
Now, Detective, I'm going to mark first portion of these messages as Exhibit 81A.
Members of the jury, you are going to hear some evidence about text messages that were obtained through the extraction you've heard about from these devices. And these conversations, the texts involve two people, Emily and Matt. They're being offered to you as evidence as to what Mr. Moore said. The statements of Emily are simply being provided as context to his statements. And I will tell you that that is the only reason they're being offered. They're not being offered for the truth of what she said, which means they're not, her words are not to be considered as evidence by you. But you may consider his words and give whatever weight you believe appropriate to his testimony. So I wanted to give you a sense, or my own context, of what the meaning of the conversations are and how they are to be considered by you. So what he says is something you may consider. What she says simply will allow you to provide an understanding of what he says or what he says next. But what she says in and of itself is not evidence.
By saying what he says and what she says, you're referring to them coming from their devices, right?
Right. You're going to hear about chats they had, messages they sent back to each other. People do that these days. They don't talk to each other, they text each other. So that's what's going on.
I merely said that because there's no way to link the device to a person. It's just coming from the device.
I understand. Again, you just listen to what the evidence is and you'll give whatever weight you deem appropriate. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to approach and
Handing us March 6th of 81A.
Detective, can you take a moment to look through that document? Detective, do you recognize that document?
I do.
And generally speaking, tell the jury what it is.
It is part of a text thread conversation between Emily Noble's phone and Matt Moore's phone.
This time that's the published exhibit 81A to the jury.
No objection.
Go ahead.
Detective, first to help orient us here, can you tell us what is on the left-hand side?
Those are the messages from Matt Moore.
And can you tell us what's on the right-hand side?
The messages in green on the right-hand side are messages from Emily Noble.
Underneath the actual content of the message, do you see where it says status?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
There's a status of sent as well as a status of read by the recipient.
I want to start with this conversation. What is the first message from?
First message is from Matt Moore.
And what date is this?
It is November 21st, 2019.
And what's the time in Eastern time?
And Eastern time is going to be 11:57:02 a.m.
And what was the message from Matt Moore?
It says, "You're super strong. I love you for that."
And the responses?
The response from Emily says, "I'm trying, thank you."
Your Honor, if I may, I object to the testimony of the response from Emily. No issue with the phone number. There's been no foundation that Emily was the one that sent that text message.
I think it goes to weight, not admissibility.
Well, what is being responded back is not evidence anyway. I've already instructed the jury to that, so we're simply going to deal with his statements. These other statements are context to what he says. So I've instructed the jury to consider his statements and not the other statements. So we'll understand that these are responses to statements made by the defendant. We can proceed accordingly.
All right. Detective, in your review of the cell phone, up until after Emily went missing, did you find anything that suggested somebody other than Emily Noble was using her phone?
No, sir.
Detective, I'm showing you page 2 of this exhibit. Do you see 2 messages there from Matt Moore's phone?
Yes, sir.
And what did those say?
The first one says, "Okay."
And what did the other one say?
The next text message says, "Why does it bother you so much? Am I mean?"
Does that mean anything to you without considering what led to those statements being made?
Objection as to what it means to him.
That's speculation.
No, I'm not asking him to. I'm not asking him to opine. I'm just asking: is that statement by itself, does it make any sense without the context of the statement that comes before it? I was just doing this one backwards to explain the court's evidentiary ruling.
Same objection with respect to speculation.
All right. Well, I'll just show him the message that came before.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you read the message that came right before those 2 things?
The message from Emily Noble's phone says, "I want to know if you start on vodka before I get home. I can't watch that again."
And what was the response?
"Okay." And then, "Why does it bother you so much? Am I mean?"
And what was the response?
The response from Emily's phone is "not mean, unintelligible."
And what did Mr. Moore say then at that time?
He responded back, "Well, then try and get here as soon as you can, please."
Detective, I'm now showing you what's labeled as page 66. Can you tell us what that second message there is on this page?
It says, "I started drinking at like 11 a.m. yesterday, and I drank way too much. I'm going to start cooking at 5. Do you mind if I have a drink when I start cooking? And I promise not to get hammered."
Another message from the defendant's phone, bottom of the page.
It says, "Thanks. I'm going to get it together soon. I just need to let this sadness thing run its course. It won't be much longer."
On now page 67, is there a message from Emily Noble's phone?
Yes, there is.
And what was that?
It says, "You have to stay positive."
And then what did the defendant say?
He responded with, "You're afraid to talk."
And the response?
The response from Emily's phone is, "It's difficult to impossible to talk with you when you have vodka brain."
And what was the defendant's response to that?
Mathew Moore says, "That is an excuse. You are afraid to be confronted with things you don't agree with. Your intellect is shallow."
And did he continue texting on the next page, page 68?
Yes, he did.
And what did he say there?
He said, "You are not interested in what other people think or say. It's not an insult, it's an observation. If you hear something you don't agree with, you get mad and give it no credence. Maybe you should leave me alone."
Detective, the bottom of page 69, can you tell us what that message is?
It says, "My toenail is growing back. Looks good. Where did you go last night?"
And what was the date and time on that?
It is November 22nd, 2019. Want me to read?
Oh,
Did you want the time? And the time is 12:08:14 p.m.
And what was the response to that question?
"I'm scared to go home." And "Are you drinking vodka?"
And what was his response?
"I'm not drinking."
Detective, I'm going to hand you what I'm marking as State Exhibit 81B. Detective, can you take a look at that?
Yes, sir.
For the record, hand you what's marked as State Exhibit 81B.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
Generally speaking, can you tell us what it is?
It's more the text conversation between Matt Moore's phone and Emily Noble's phone.
Starting halfway down the page there on the left, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It's a text message from Mathew Moore's phone.
And what's the date and time on that?
It is December 31st, 2019. Let me back up, adding the 4 hours in. December 30th, 2019 at 10:19:11 p.m.
What's the message?
It says, "I don't want to argue. If you don't have anything positive to say, keep it to yourself, please."
And what was the response?
Thanks a lot.
Showing you what's marked at the bottom right corner of page 215 of that. Can you tell us what we have there?
It's a response to the last message that I just read.
And what was that?
It says, "That's not positive."
And further message after that?
The next message is later on December 31st, 2019. It says, "I hope you're feeling better this morning. It's New Year Eve. Are we just staying home tonight? I think that would be fun."
And the responses?
You used the wrong word last night several times. Don't know what to say. And then later on it says, it sent me in the wrong direction.
And what was statement in blue?
Try and be positive.
There are responses then from Emily Noble?
Yes, sir.
And what were those?
I'm not doing well. You broke me. Promise to not use that word, and it's like you set the direction for my next 24 hours. Why did you use that word repeatedly?
And what was Mr. Moore's response?
You don't have to play games. If you want me to move out, just say, excuse me, if you want me to move out, just please say it. I want nothing but truth in my circle.
The messages continue on the next page.
The response is, I want an answer. And Mathew Moore's response is, I don't want to argue. I'm not arguing, I want to know. I'm stuck in this shithole, can't leave.
And what was the response from Mr. Moore?
I know what doing. If you want me to leave, I would appreciate you just being honest and straightforward. I'm not going to play games. I'm old and tired, so please show some empathy. If you want to get a divorce, just say it.
Detective, I'll now hand you what's marked as State Exhibit 81C, if you take a moment to look over that document.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And can you tell the jury generally what it is?
It is another part of the text conversation between Matt Moore's Matt Moore's phone and Emily Noble's phone.
Your Honor, this is a published 81C to the jury.
Any objection?
No, Your
Detective, at the top of the page, is there a message from Matt Moore?
Yes, there is.
And can you tell the jury what it says?
It says, sorry about last night. I drank too much. I hope you can understand.
And what was the response?
Do you remember what you told me? Do you remember the phone conversation I overheard?
What did the defendant say back?
I'm getting ready for my appointment right now. Let's talk when you get home.
In response to that?
Just please answer me when you get a chance.
And the top of that page.
I remember some of it.
That conversation continue?
Yes, it does.
On the bottom of page 372. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It's a text message from Emily Noble's phone.
And what did it say?
Says, you might want to find out what I heard you talk about last night on the phone. It's very serious. I'm not wearing my wedding rings. We won't be able to talk tonight because you've been drinking.
And what was the response to that message?
Texting makes me anxious. Anxiety might be the reason I'm unhealthy.
Detective, I'm going to show you next what's marked as State Exhibit 81D. Hey, what's marked as State Exhibit 81D, if you take a moment to look that over.
Okay. Okay.
You recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And can you tell us what it says? Or generally what it is?
It's more of the text conversation between Emily Noble's phone and Matt Moore's phone.
Showing you a message at the bottom of State Exhibit 81D. Can you tell us what that message was?
It's a message from March 24th, 2020. It says, I'm not feeling very well today. I'm just going to stay in here today. I don't feel like talking.
And what was the response?
Are you sick? Symptoms?
And what was the response from Mr. Moore?
Sick in the head.
Detective, finally from this portion of the phone forensics, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit 81E. Look over that document.
Okay. Okay.
Generally speaking, tell the jury what State Exhibit A1E is.
It is text messages from Mathew Moore's cell phone.
Showing you the message on the bottom of State Exhibit A1E. Can you tell us what date and time that message is from?
It's from May 25th, 2020 at 11:54:25 a.m.
And what was the text message?
It says, are we going to this party or what?
What time? Does it also indicate a status of being read?
It does.
And does it indicate a status of what time
It was
that
read
was read?
May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:01 p.m.
And detective showing you the second page of State Exhibit A1E. Can you tell us what that message is?
It is another message from Matt Moore's cell phone.
And at what time was that message sent?
It was May 25th, 2020 at 2:58:30 p.m.
And does that also indicate a status of being read?
It does.
And does it show what time that was read?
It was read May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:01 p.m.
The same time as the previous message was read?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to examine the cell phone forensics for information related specifically to that time period of May 24th and 25th?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to start with All right. Let's start with, we're on 82. Detective, were you able to examine any location information that was found on Emily Noble's phone?
Yes, I was.
And I'm going to put up there for you to see first. You able to see that document, sir?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I don't want to there.
What's the exhibit on this?
Say exhibit 82. Detective, generally speaking, can you tell us what state exhibit 82 is?
This is some of the location data from Emily Noble's cell phone.
And those are the location information that was recorded by your phone for May 24th, May 25th?
That is correct.
And is this a true and accurate sub-report of the location information for just for those 2 days that were on the phone?
Yes, it is.
This time I asked to publish State's Exhibit 82 to the jury.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Detective, I'm showing you a portion of State Exhibit 82. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
The first row across is showing GPS coordinates and then a date and time. And of course, with the time, you'd have to subtract the 4 hours for the Eastern Standard Time.
Were you, what did you do to figure out what those locations were?
You can actually take those GPS coordinates and enter them in online, and it'll give you it's not down to the foot or anything like that by any means, but it'll give you an idea of the GPS coordinates of where that device was at that date and time.
And is that being able to use something like Google Maps in order to do that?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I'm taking the latitude and longitude that's in the first position there, line 1. Do you recognize that location that came up on the first line?
I do.
And generally speaking, what is in that area?
It is in the area of Buckdale, Ohio, where the underground springs are located.
And what was the date and time that that location was on her phone?
May 24th, 2020 at 9:39:42 a.m.
The other two entries of location data on Emily's phone,
Yes, sir.
can you tell us what those appear to be related to?
They're also GPS coordinates.
And then the second column under info, is there a something listed under name?
It is. It's IMG_2788.
Lines 2 and 3, do they have, you said something under the name that was listed there?
It is. It is IMG_2788.HEIC, as well as line 3 is IMG_2789.HEIC.
Detective, unlike line 1 indicates a UTC +0 for the GPS entry.
Correct.
Does that similarly show up on these two entries?
It gives a exact date and time for those.
And what were those?
What's the name of them?
What was the date and time that was on those two entries?
May 24th, 2020 at 4:18:33, as well as May 24th, 2020 at 4:18:42.
Were you able to find those two images, image 2788 and image 2789 on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Hand you what's the mark states of 83 and 84. Take a moment to look those over.
Okay.
And can you, generally speaking, what are they?
They are two selfie photographs.
And are they true and accurate copies of image 2788 and image 2789 that were recovered from Emily's phone?
Yes, they are.
At this time, it has to publish the exhibit 83 and 84 to the jury.
Go ahead.
Detective, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
We're looking at a selfie photograph of Emily Noble and Matt Moore.
And states exhibit 84.
Again, another selfie photograph. This one appears to be from directly in front of them, of Emily Noble and Matt Moore.
Detective, when you look at such an image on the phone forensics, are you able to look at additional details or further data related to that photograph?
It'll also give you the approximate GPS of where that phone device was at the time of that image.
And you're also able to see things like metadata related to where that photograph came from or what device took that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Detective, I'm handing you what's marked as exhibit 85. We'll take a moment to flip that over.
Yep. Okay.
And can you tell us generally what that document is?
It's got the name of the file itself, which is the IMG_2789.HEIC that I'd previously mentioned, as well as the creation date and time, and that goes back to the universal time that you have to subtract the 4 hours for, as well as where the path is of that file on the device itself.
Your Honor, that's to publish exhibit 85 to the jury.
No objection.
All right.
Detective, that additional information or details, does that indicate a date and time which this photograph was created?
It does.
And what was that date and time?
It is May 24th, 2020 at 4:18:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And does it indicate information about what camera was used to create this photograph?
It was. It was created on an iPhone 8 Plus.
Detective, do you, showing you exhibit 83, do you recognize that location?
I do.
And can you tell us what that location is?
It's the Cobley restaurant in Westerville, Ohio.
And where generally is that located?
It's right on State Street in Uptown Westerville.
And cutting and pasting those GPS coordinates into Google Maps. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
It's the approximate GPS location. Again, it's not down to the foot. It's not an exact science by any means, but it does provide a general location of Cobley.
Detective, were you also, in addition to that location data, able to obtain health data from Emily's phone.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as Exhibit 86. Are you able to see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And as I scroll through that so you can see it, can you tell us generally what it is that we're looking at here?
So this is the health data. It'll show any time that there is movement of a person essentially holding that device itself, and gives a date and time for when that is launched.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the health data recovered from Emily's phone for May 24th and May 25th?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, this time that's to publish the Exhibit 86 to the jury. Detective, I want, if you could tell us just to orient us here, what's on the first page? What does this indicate?
This is some of the health data from the phone on May 24th of 2020.
I'm going to turn your attention specifically to row 22. And can you tell us what information is reflected on row 22?
It shows a movement of 32 steps on May 24th, 2020 at 6:47:04.
6:47 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And right below that, line 23, what does that reflect?
It reflects a movement of 8 steps on May 24th, 2020 at 7:25:08 p.m.
And then the next line, row 24.
So the next movement recorded on that device shows a movement of 79 steps, and it is May 25th, 2020 at 5:13:29 p.m.
No health data recorded between lines 23 and 24?
No data was recorded.
And so how long of a time period are we talking where there is no movement recorded on Emily's phone?
Approximately 22 hours.
Detective, were you able to look at search terms and web history for the device?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I'm going to mark the search terms as State Exhibit 87, and the web history is State Exhibit 88. Detective, are you able to see the first page of State Exhibit 87?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, what is it?
These are search terms that were located on Emily Noble's device.
And the first entry in this report, what date does that indicate?
It is January 25th of 2020.
And going all the way to the bottom to the last entry, what date would that indicate?
May 24th of 2020.
Detective, did you examine the searched items on Emily's cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any search terms at all related to suicide?
No, I did not.
What, generally speaking, types of search terms did you find?
A lot of search terms involving plants and foraging and nature.
Similarly, Detective, are you able to see State Exhibit 88?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, can you tell us what that is?
This is the web history for Emily Noble's device.
And what was the date of the first entry on the web history?
January 9th of 2020.
And all the way down here at the bottom, what's the last entry?
The very last entry looks like May 26th of 2020.
This web history reflects what was able to be recovered from the phone of websites that were visited?
That is correct.
Same question. Any web history at all related to suicide over that almost 6 month period?
No, sir.
Detective, were you also able to look at the data called timeline,
Yes, sir.
as well as the data called device events?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to mark for purpose of the record stays of 89 and 90. Detective, stays of 89. Can you tell us generally what we're looking at there?
This looks like the timeline of events on Emily Noble's device.
And what's the date of the first entry there?
May 22nd of 2020.
And what is the date of the last entry?
May 26th of 2020.
And so does this timeline reflect a sub-report of the data that was found on Emily's phone for those dates, from the 22nd to the 26th?
Yes, it does.
And going back up to the top, can you see how many entries there were in timeline?
Looks like 3,386.
Were you also able to examine evidence from the phone under the heading device events?
Yes, sir.
And I'm showing you now, for the record, State Exhibit 90. Can you, generally speaking, what is that?
These are the device events that were recorded on Emily Noble's device.
And what's the date of the first entry?
May 24th of 2020.
And the date of the last entry?
May 25th, 2020.
Detective, do State Exhibit 89 and 90 appear to be true and accurate copies of sub-reports of the data that was found on the timeline and device events for those date ranges?
Yes, they do.
Detective, what did you do with that data, that information contained in those two reports?
Essentially, I opened up an Excel spreadsheet and merged the device events and timeline events of Emily Noble's device onto it.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's being marked as State Exhibit 91. Detective, I'm handing you a very lengthy document, but if you could just take a brief moment to look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, what is it?
This is the Excel spreadsheet that was created involving the device events and timeline involving Emily Noble's device.
And is this spreadsheet that you put together to distill down the voluminous amounts of information that were found on the phone?
Absolutely, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask to publish State Exhibit 91 of the jury.
Any objection?
No. Your Honor, no, thank you.
And Detective, we'll come back to this in more detail in a moment, but can you tell us, generally speaking, what is it that we're looking at here on State's Exhibit 91, the first page?
It involves the timeline and device events for both Matt Moore's device as well as Emily Noble's device.
And it's not coming through real well on the overhead, but are those, there we go, maybe. Is that in different colors?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell us what the colors represent?
The red is Emily Noble's device, and the blue is Matt Moore's device.
Yeah, I think this might be a good place to take the mid-afternoon break, if that works for everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our 10-minute afternoon break. Remember the court's admonition. Thank you. Thank you. Have a seat. Please proceed.
Take your
Detective, to wrap up, talking about Emily Noble's phone for now. In your review of the cell phone data, were you able to find text messages between Emily and Celeste about their get-together on May 22nd?
Yes, I was.
And were you also able to recover text messages from Emily Noble's phone between her and Westerville Dental?
Yes, I was.
Did you also examine the extraction report for the cell phone that was seized from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And did you look at the same types of information that you did with regard to Emily Noble's phone?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, for the record, what's the March 6th Exhibit 89, or excuse me, 92. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
This is 92.
92, yes, sir. And is that a true and accurate copy of the sub-report of the location information that was recovered from the defendant's phone for May 24th and May 25th?
Yes, it is.
Without going through all of it line by line, can you tell us generally where the device was shown to have gone on that day?
It was shown to go down to Bucktown, Ohio, or Buchtel. There's discussion on how to pronounce it. As well as on the way back, there was a stop off at I believe it's a rest area, and then also in Worthington, Ohio.
And this was, this is the iPhone that was seized from the defendant at
Yes,
the time
sir.
of the search warrant.
That is from May 27, 2020.
Did you also locate a photograph from the morning of May 24th?
Yes, I did.
If I may approach. Hey, what's from March 6th Exhibit 93, if you take a moment to look that over.
Okay.
Do you recognize that photograph, sir?
I do.
And generally speaking, what is it?
It's a photograph of Emily Noble down at the Bucktown water supply from May 24, 2020.
You wanted us to publish that to the jury?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Detective, I'm showing you Exhibit 93 now in the overhead. Can you tell us what it is now? The jury can see it, what we're looking at here.
It's a picture of Emily Noble down at the Bucktown water spring on May 24th of 2020.
And that photograph was taken that morning?
Yes, sir.
Detective, did you also examine health data
Yes, I did.
from the defendant's iPhone?
That is correct.
And again, for you to see, I'm showing you what's from March 6th Exhibit 94. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, what is it?
It's the activity data on Matt Moore's iPhone.
And specifically, the first entry is May 24th,
That is correct.
and last entry on May 25th.
That is correct.
So again, it's a sub-report of the health data for those two particular days.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of the sub-report of the data that was recovered forensically from the defendant's iPhone?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to, Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish State Exhibit 94 to the jury.
No objection.
Detective, I want to go down to lines 28 and 29.
Okay.
Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It is two separate health events that were recorded on Matheau Moore's iPhone.
And what were the date and time approximately of that movement of the cell phone?
The first one, it's movement of 18 steps on May 24th, 2020 at 7:29:18 p.m.
And row 29?
It is another movement of 6 steps on May 24th, 2020 at 7:33:31 p.m.
After that movement around 7:30 p.m., when's the next movement that's recorded on the device?
The next movement that is recorded is May 25th, 2020 at 1:36:41 a.m.
And after that movement at 1:36 a.m. on May 25th, what's the next movement recorded by the phone?
The next movement of 44 steps is from May 25th, 2020 at 3:58:51 a.m.
So approximately 4 o'clock in the morning on May 25th.
That is correct, sir.
Row 32.
It is a movement of 19 steps on May 25th, 2020 at 4:26:19 a.m.
So roughly 4:30 after that movement at 4 o'clock in the morning.
That's correct.
And then row 33. What are we looking at there?
It is a movement of 12 steps from May 25th, 2020 at 12:38:21 p.m.
So roughly 12:30 in the afternoon on May 25th.
That is correct.
Fair to say, Detective, then that it goes on to have lots of movement later on in the day on May 25th.
That is correct.
Did you also examine search terms and web history that were recovered from the defendant's iPhone?
I did.
And does showing you State Exhibit 95, are you able to see that document, sir?
Yes, I can.
And generally speaking, what is it?
It's the search terms that were recorded on Matheau Moore's iPhone.
And what's the date of the first entry?
January 26th, 2020.
And the date of the last entry?
May 26th, 2020.
And does State Exhibit 95 appear to be a true and accurate copy of search terms?
It does.
If I ask to publish State Exhibit 95 to the jury?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm going to start with row number 92. Can you tell us what the search term was there?
The search term was Eric Gordon Peterson, Las Vegas.
And what time, date was that?
It was May 20th, 2020 at 2:15:01 p.m.
And the next entry there, row 93.
It is from May 22nd, 2020 at 1:59:09 p.m. and the search term is Edward Gallagher trial.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 96. Generally speaking, are you able to see that document, sir?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, what is it?
It's the recorded web history for Mathew Moore's iPhone.
And is it a true and accurate copy of the information that was recovered from the defendant's iPhone?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time it has to publish State's Exhibit
Any objection?
96.
No objection.
Detective, I want to draw your attention first of all to row 642. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It is the website that comes up as part of the Eric Gordon Peterson Las Vegas Google search.
And was line 643 appear to be accessed just after that search?
Yes, it does.
And could you tell the jury what the Eric Gordon Peterson Las Vegas page was there that was clicked on?
On line 643,
Yes, sir.
it is the page from a website called docketalarm.com.
And are you actually able to click right into that same website by clicking on the report that's been generated?
That is correct.
And so clicking that brings up this webpage, this docket alarm webpage?
That is correct.
And can you tell us what the Eric Gordon Peterson case appears to be about?
It looks like Mr. Peterson was charged with murder.
Detective, continuing down, the other search term that we talked about was the Edward Gallagher trial. Detective, turning your attention to row 666. Does that appear to reflect the web history that was associated with that search term?
It does.
And what was the date and time of that?
May 22nd, 2020 at 1:59:09 p.m.
Were there articles accessed after that time with regard to Edward Gallagher?
That is correct.
And were you able to review those articles?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, can you tell us who Edward Gallagher is?
Edward Gallagher was a gentleman that was charged out of the murder of 4 individuals.
Detective, just for the record, showing you State's Exhibit 97. Were you able to create a subreport of the timeline entries for Mr. Moore's iPhone?
That is correct.
And showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97. Does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the timeline report for Mr. Moore's phone?
Yes, it does.
And then showing you State Exhibit 98. Were you also able to access the device events from Mr. Moore's phone?
Yes, I was.
And did you create, does this appear to be a true and accurate sub-report of the information that was found regarding the device events on Mr. Moore's phone from May 24th to May 25th?
Yes, it is.
Similar to as we talked about Emily's phone, did you take this timeline information and this event information and put it together into your spreadsheet that's been marked as State Exhibit 91?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to publish Exhibit 91 to the jury. I'm going to try the digital version of it, see if the color shows up any better on here than the document can. There we go. All right, Detective. I want to start with the top of Exhibit 91. Now, what time did you start entering in this information?
I started on May 24th of 2020.
And are these times already converted to Eastern Time?
That is correct.
So this timeline will show activities recorded from the two devices already converted to Eastern Time. Don't subtract 4 hours.
Correct.
All right. I want to talk about generally what's the first entry that you have there from Mr. Moore's phone?
The first entry is that Mr. Moore's phone is the display turning on/off.
And do we see that reflected a few other times over the next few rows?
Yes, sir.
Give a preview. Are you also able to, in this, did you place into this timeline information about apps that were accessed and used?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 99. Detective, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 99. Take a moment to review that document.
Okay.
Detective, this appears to be a true and accurate copy of a portion of messages between Emily Noble and someone saved in her phone as Celeste the Best.
That is correct.
Date and time of these messages are right before you begin your spreadsheet, but I ask this time to publish the Exhibit 99 to the jury. Detective, there's a message there that was sent on May 24th, 2020 at 6:26 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yes, sir. 6:26:07 p.m.
And does that indicate if that message was read?
It does.
And what time was that message read?
At 6:26:27 p.m.
On the top of page, the second page of the exhibit, does there appear to be a message in response?
That is correct.
And I want to turn your attention to the last two entries. Is there a message that was sent May 24th at 6:27:14 p.m.?
That is correct.
And what time did it indicate that was read?
That was read at 6:27:15 p.m.
And then was there a message sent at 6:33:46 p.m.?
That is correct.
And what was the date and time at which that message was read?
It was not read until May 25th of 2020 at 4:42:17 p.m.
Going back to Exhibit 91. See if I can zoom this in a little bit. Detective, I'd like you to talk about the first entry on this exhibit from Emily Noble's phone.
Okay.
And can you tell us what time that was?
That was at 6:52 and 0 seconds p.m.
And you indicate under the heading event type, what is that?
It was a message received on Facebook Messenger.
And then under the column labeled value, what was that?
It was a message received from Heather Z.
Right underneath that, the next entry, can you tell us what that is?
That's for the entries of the same time of 6:52 and 0 seconds p.m.
And what was the event type that was listed there?
It's the trigger for the display on-off.
And indicating that the display turned on?
That is correct.
Did you hear the testimony of Detective Howell this morning?
Yes, I did.
About trying to look around the time to figure out whether that was a user-initiated activity or just usage of the device?
It's just the usage of the device itself.
And so what the records reflected that at the time that this message was received, the screen lit up on the phone.
That's correct.
After this time, more entries from the defendant's phone.
That's correct.
And I specifically want to draw your attention to the entry at 7:37 p.m., which is line 25.
7:37:57 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And can you tell us what that entry was?
That was a outgoing call that was placed to somebody named Brian.
And that was an outgoing call placed on the defendant's phone?
It was placed. It was an outgoing call from Mr. Moore's phone. Yes.
And approximately what was the duration of that phone call?
33 minutes and some change.
You were able to review Sergeant Hollis's body cam?
That's correct.
You had a knock and talk interview with the defendant?
That's correct.
You had a formal interview with the defendant at the police station?
Yes, sir.
At any point in the defendant's recitation of facts did he ever mention that he had a 30-minute phone call in the early evening hours after they'd returned home from Uptown?
No, not one time.
Continuing down underneath that, there are more entries here in red from Emily's phone.
That's correct.
And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
At 8:07 and 28 seconds p.m., there was a text received from Jen.
And the next couple of entries?
And the entry just beneath it was the display on-off where her phone had received the message and the phone screen lights up to show the display went on. The one after that was approximately 21 seconds later. It was a second text received from Jen. And then there are two activations of the display screen going on for receiving those messages.
Detective, I'm going to approach and hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit 100. Take a moment to look that over.
Okay.
Detective, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
Does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of 2 pages of communication between someone saved in the phone as Crazy Jen and Emily?
That is correct.
I asked to publish the Exhibit 100 at this time.
Objection?
No, you don't.
Detective, I want to turn your attention to this message at the bottom of first page of State Exhibit 100. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It's a message that was sent from Crazy Jen.
And what does it indicate the time that the message was sent?
It was sent May 25th, let's back it up. I apologize. That's 4 hours. May 24th of 2020 at 8:07:28 p.m.
And to flip back over real quick to State Exhibit 91, you said 8:07:28 p.m. Is that first text that's labeled on your timeline here?
That's correct, on line 27.
Detective, does that message indicate a date and time in which it was read?
Yes, it does.
And what was that, sir?
It was not read until May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:11 p.m.
So, message received 8:07 p.m. on the 24th, not read until 4:42 p.m. on the 25th.
That's correct.
And Detective, similarly, the top message on the second page, it says Exhibit 100. Does that indicate a similar time of when it was sent and ultimately read?
Yes, sir, it does.
Detective, going back to State Exhibit 91. Between the hours of 8:09 and 9:11, are all those entries from the defendant's phone?
That is correct.
And can you give the jury an idea of the types of things that were going on the phone at that time?
The display was activated. There was a opening up the text messaging app on the phone. The phone was unlocked at one point. Facebook was activated. The orientation landscape was changed, and the phone was also unlocked.
Next entry from Emily Noble's phone.
It's from 9:11:12 p.m. It's a Facebook Messenger message received from Heather Z.
And then additional messages received on Emily Noble's phone.
A text message was received at 9:44:02 p.m. from Jen, as well as a text message received at 9:44:10 p.m. also from Jen.
Going back to the second page of State Exhibit 100. Are those two messages you just talked about at 9:44 p.m. reflected on State Exhibit 100?
That is correct.
And do they both indicate times in which they were read?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do they both indicate times in which those messages were read?
Yes, they do.
And what was that?
They were not read until May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:11 p.m.
Detective, following those two messages that were received, what's the next activity on either one of these phones?
The next activity is on Matt Moore's iPhone, and that is at 1:11:24 a.m.
And you've noted something over there in the margin. Can you tell us what that is that you noted?
It's a gap in time from line 55 to the start of line 56. It's a gap of 3 hours, 25 minutes.
And so for 3 hours and 25 minutes, there's no activity on either one of these two iPhones.
That is correct.
Starting at 1:11, what kind of activities are we seeing now on the defendant's phone?
The display on-off is activated several times. The device is unlocked. There's also accessing Facebook, some more of the display being on-off and the device being plugged in, as well as orientation changes.
Scrolling down to continue. Can you tell us?
More
Oh,
accessing
yeah,
of Facebook, Instagram, Facebook Messenger, and at 2:22:42 a.m., a text message is sent out from Matt Moore's phone
And who was that message sent to?
to Arturo Rugaroli,
And who else?
as well as a text message sent at 2:22:53 to Paul Pulver.
And do you recall the content of that message?
Off the top of my head, no.
If we were to look at the timeline of Mr. Moore's phone, would that refresh your recollection as to the content of those text messages?
It would.
Detective, are you able to see in front of you Exhibit 97?
Yes, sir.
And after looking at that, do you recall what the text message content was?
It's a YouTube video titled "Dana White, the Media Tried to Shut Down the UFC."
And that was sent from Matt Moore to Arturo Rugaroli at 2:22 in the morning?
That's correct.
Detective, after that, was there further communication back and forth between the defendant and Arturo?
Yes, there was.
And you've got something written in the margin on a message at 2:23. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a Facebook message from Matt Moore's iPhone sent to Arturo Rugaroli.
And do you recall the content of that message?
He makes mention that he had taken a sleeping pill and he's probably going to be asleep soon.
And he sent that at 2:23 in the morning?
That is correct.
Detective, is that communication back and forth between the defendant and Arturo continue on towards 3 o'clock in the morning?
It does.
Now I want to look at the entries from 3 o'clock in the morning. Can you tell us what kind of things are reflected there on the defendant's phone?
There's accessing Facebook Messenger, Facebook itself, orientation landscape changes of the device, Facebook messages received from a Sean Talon, and some more of the orientation landscape changes, as well as accessing text messages and then sending out a text message at 3:33 and 3:34 a.m.
Let's talk about those two entries here for a minute. First of all, line 133 and 134, what do those entries indicate?
That he's just accessing the text messaging part of the device itself.
So that shows when the messaging app was activated?
That's correct.
And then lines 135 and 136?
Those are text messages sent from Matt Moore's iPhone to Joe.
Continuing on after 3:30 in the morning, what does the device reflect?
Some more activity on Facebook. There's a device plugin, palmugrate.com. Another Facebook message sent out to Sean Talon. And at 4:35, launching Google Chrome.
That message, the last one there, to someone named Sean, 4:14 in the morning.
That is correct.
Generally speaking, how would you characterize the activity of the phone between 1:10 a.m. until 4:10 a.m.?
Objection as to how you would characterize it. It speaks for itself.
Rephrase the question as sustained.
Did the device indicate constant usage between 1:10 a.m. and 4:10 a.m.?
Objection, leave it.
Rephrase your question.
What did the device indicate between the hours of 1:10 and 4:10?
Essentially, constant usage of the device.
Detective, I want to continue after 4:10 in the morning. Can you tell us what is recovered on the phone during the next hour and a half?
Facebook is launched again. Google Chrome is also launched again. Orientation landscape changes a couple times. Facebook is launched as well as the YouTube app.
And at what time was the YouTube app launched?
5:52:18 a.m.
And again, for what does the orientation change indicate?
When a device can go from landscape to portrait or vice versa.
So the device has to be turned in order to show that.
That's correct.
What did the cell phone information show between 4:10 and 5:52 in the morning?
A lot of user-initiated activities such as opening Messenger, Google Chrome, and Facebook and YouTube.
As well as those orientation changes?
Yes, sir.
Detective, we now finally get to some activity in red on Emily's phone. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at there?
At 6 a.m., it's the alarm on Emily Noble's phone, as well as the display being activated for the alarm. There's also at 8:41:24, there's a message received from Amy Thomas on Facebook Messenger, and the display screen lights up again.
And do you recall specifically what message that was received from Amy Thomas?
It was a response to a picture that was posted on social media, and it said, to the extent, love this, love you guys, love the country.
The one that we've seen photograph that picture and the exhibit before was talked about by Ms. Thomas.
That's correct.
Again, does the display on-off on Emily's phone occur at the same time down to the second when the message was received on Facebook?
That is correct.
Detective, continuing from 8:40, does the only activity again belong to the defendant?
That is correct.
And can you tell us what is reflected during this time?
There's accessing Facebook Messenger, the orientation change of the device itself. The device was plugged in. The YouTube app and Facebook were launched. There was a text message received from Joe, as well as a text message sent out to Joe.
Can a phone plug itself in?
No, sir.
And at 9 o'clock in the morning, was there activity, a message sent from the phone?
Yes, there was.
Detective, continuing on at the 9 o'clock hour, can you tell us generally what's reflected on the defendant's phone at that time?
More accessing Safari, a text message received from Joe. The orientation landscape on the phone was changed. The display on-off was activated. The device itself was unlocked. Some more accessing Facebook, Safari, accessing the text messaging, display on off, the device was plugged in again, Facebook access, accessing the YouTube app, orientation landscape, and a Facebook Messenger message received from Paul Pulver.
Based on your review of this information, what appeared to be going on with the defendant's phone during the 9 o'clock hour?
Essentially constant usage on Matt Moore's iPhone.
Detective, we then have a red entry again at 10:13 in the morning. So that's on Emily Noble's phone.
That's correct.
And can you tell us what it is we're looking at there?
It's a missed call and the notification of that call.
Detective, after 11 o'clock in the morning, can you tell us generally the types of things that we're looking at there?
We're accessing Facebook Messenger, orientation changes, accessing our text messaging, the display on-off activation. The device itself is unlocked at 11:32:57. We're accessing text messaging. The device was unlocked again. A New York Times app, orientation landscape, the display on-off being activated, the device being unlocked at 11:50:14. Facebook, Amazon, orientation landscape, display on-off. The device was unlocked at 11:53:59 a.m. and accessing Amazon and text messaging again.
Detective, we then come to an entry in line 268 at 11:54 a.m. And that's in green. Can you tell us why that's in green?
That is that's a text message from Matt Moore's iPhone sent to Emily Noble's iPhone.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 101. Take a moment to look that over.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
Does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of the details of that particular message that was sent at 11:54 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
That's a published Exhibit 101 to the jury.
No objection.
Detective, showing the first page of Exhibit 101. Can you tell us initially what the timestamp is for when the message was sent?
The timestamp was May 25th, 2020 at 3:54:25. Oh, forgot the 4. At May 25th, 2020 at 11:54:25.
And when does it indicate that message was read?
It was read on May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:01 p.m.
Turning to page 2 of the State's Exhibit 101, can you tell us under the heading body, what was the content of that message?
It's the text message that says, "Are we going to this party or what?"
Detective, based on your review of the cell phone material, is it possible that Mr. Moore was sleeping up until the time that he sent that message?
No, sir.
Objection. That's just speculation.
I think he can talk about what the actual records show. He's talked about phone usage, so the person
Just
can
having to repeat what the records reflect that would draw a conclusion. What did the records say?
Do the records show usage of the phone up until the time that that's sent?
Yes, they do.
User-initiated usage of the phone.
That is correct.
Detective, we go down to line 278. We again have an entry in green. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That is where Matt Moore's iPhone is utilizing the app Find My iPhone.
And why is it in green rather than blue or red?
Essentially, it's in green because it's being shared on. It's being able to be read on both devices at that point. When you look at the timeline of events, it's the Find My iPhone is active at that point for both devices.
Continue on after that. Through the noon hour. Generally speaking, you tell us what we see there.
The device was plugged in, logged in Facebook, device was unlocked, orientation landscape changes, accessing Facebook, Instagram, the camera on the device, Facebook, Instagram, photo image, a text message from Dad, as well as 3 texts sent to Dad.
Is that conversation continuing into the 1 o'clock hour?
Yes, it does.
Going down to the next entry, it was noted on Emily Noble's phone. Can you tell us when that was?
At 1:43:42 p.m.
And what did that indicate?
It was a text message received from Jared L. and following with the display being lit up at that point.
Any other activity on Emily Noble's phone at the time that text message came in?
No, sir.
Continuing down to 2:58 p.m. We have another entry that's in green. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at there?
That is a text message sent from Matt Moore's iPhone to Emily Noble's phone.
Second, I'm going to hand you what's marked CZO 102. Take a moment to look at that.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of the details of the message that we were just talking about on line 369 of your timeline?
That's correct.
Now, this time it has to publish the Exhibit 102 to the jury.
The objection.
Detective, can you tell me what date and time was that message was received?
At May 25th, 2020 at 2:58 and 30 seconds p.m.
And at what date and time was it read?
Read at May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:01 p.m.
Turn to page 2 of the document. Under body, can you tell us what the content of that message was?
The content is from the text message. It says, "I guess we aren't going?" Question mark.
Detective, continuing on with your spreadsheet.
Facebook, slideshow, the display on off was activated, the device was unlocked, Facebook Messenger, Facebook, YouTube app, the camera, the speaker, and Facebook again, all from Matt Moore's iPhone.
And then we get to 441 with some entries from Emily Noble's phone.
That's correct.
And can you tell us what we see there?
The display on-off was activated. The Emily's phone was unlocked at 4:42:01, and the text messaging app was activated as well.
Detective, by way of example, states 102. What was the time that message was read?
May 25th, 2020 at 4:42:01 p.m.
States 101. What was the time that message was read?
May 25th, 2020, 4:42:01 p.m.
States Exhibit 100. What was the time that message was read?
May 25th, 2020, 4:42:11 p.m.
States Exhibit 99. What was the time that message was read?
May 25th, 2020, 4:42:17 p.m.
So all of these messages that we talked about over the last few states exhibits were all read at that time when the device users indicated that the messaging app was activated at 4:42 in the afternoon.
That is correct.
Detective, after that time, was there continued usage on the defendant's phone?
There was. The device was unlocked, Facebook was accessed, orientation change, the device was plugged in, as well as a outgoing call was placed to Brian at 5:04:59 p.m., as well as the accessing a Signal app.
Detective, I want to talk about the next entries that are on Emily Noble's phone. Can you tell us what those are?
The display was activated, the phone was unlocked, the text messaging was accessed at 5:08:16 p.m., Facebook Messenger was accessed, and a Facebook Messenger message was sent to Jared L. at 5:17:12 p.m.
Detective, I'm handing you what's marked states Exhibit 103. Take a moment to flip that over.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of the messaging detail for that Facebook Messenger post or Facebook message that we're talking about from 5:17 p.m.?
That is correct.
And this time that's published states Exhibit 103 to the jury. Detective, what does that indicate as the time on that message?
The timestamp is May 25th, 2020 at 5:17:12 p.m.
Who does it indicate that the Facebook message is from?
It's from Emily Noble's Facebook Messenger account.
Turn to page 2 of the exhibit under body. Does that indicate the message content?
Yes, it does.
And what was that, sir?
It says, "Hello, Jared. My name is Matt. I'm Emily's husband. We had plans to come over to your house today. I can't find her. Is she there? ?
So, Detective, on your spreadsheet it was indicated in red because it's an activity that was on Emily Noble's phone,
That is correct.
but the activity was initiated by Emily's husband, Matt.
That is correct.
Detective, prior to 5:13 in the afternoon on May 25th, had Emily's device ever accessed Facebook Messenger?
No, it had not.
And so the first time that Facebook Messenger was accessed on the 25th on Emily's phone, it was the defendant who did it.
Objection as to who did it. I think the document speaks for itself.
I think you've got that covered. Next question.
Detective, did you continue noting activity on either phone?
On my phone?
On the two phones?
Yes, sir. There is, Find My iPhone was accessed at 5:21:46. The device was unlocked. Find My iPhone again at 5:23:14. The Facebook app and text messaging app were all accessed from Mr. Moore's iPhone.
Were there additional communications back and forth that took place on Emily's phone as well?
Yes, there was a text message received from Jen. There was a Facebook Messenger from Jared L. The device was unlocked. The text messaging was accessed as well as the Facebook Messenger. Another message was sent out to Jared L. and another one received from Jared L.
Detective, then I want to turn your attention to the entry in row 475.
Okay.
Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
That's a outgoing call placed from Emily Noble's phone to Celeste.
Detective, I'm going to hand you what's marked as exhibit 104. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is the timestamp and the call log data for that phone call itself.
And that is a true and accurate copy of the data related to a phone call placed from Emily Noble's device to Celeste on May 25th.
That is correct.
That's the published exhibit 104 to the jury.
No objection.
Detective, I'm showing you exhibit 104. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at here?
We're looking at the call log data from May 25th, 2020 at 5:47:57 p.m. The call was a 5-minute, 54-second phone call that was outgoing from Emily Noble's phone to Celeste's device.
Detective, following that phone call from Emily Noble's device, was there other activity on the defendant's phone?
Yes. Safari was accessed, orientation, landscape was changed. The device was unlocked, Safari was accessed, and a outgoing call was placed at 5:54:43 p.m. to the Westerville Police Department.
Did you recognize that number?
Yes, sir.
And what is that number, sir?
That is the 614-882-7444 is one of the phone numbers for the Westerville Police.
And Detective, does your spreadsheet then conclude at 6:16 p.m. on the 25th?
It concludes because that's where I stopped it at that point. Yes, sir.
That's not the end of the data on the phones, but then where you stop compiling it into your spreadsheet.
It's essentially a snapshot of the activity of the device from when they were getting ready to leave the last restaurant until about the time that he had called the Westerville Police Department.
Thank you. I'm going to approach what's marked as exhibit 105. Take a minute to look that over.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
Generally speaking, what is it?
It's the call log data from Matt Moore calling Amy Thomas.
Was it on Matt's device or Emily's device?
That was on Emily's device.
Is it a true and accurate copy of the data related to that phone call?
Yes, it was.
This time that's published exhibit 105.
No objection.
I'm going to start down here in the bottom. Say exhibit 105. Can you tell us who it indicates to the party was to the call?
It's to a contact named Sister Amy.
And up at the top, obviously, is at 105. Can you tell us the date and time of that phone call?
It's from May 25th, 2020, 7:54:55 p.m.
And what was the duration of that phone call?
9 minutes and 8 seconds.
I have one moment, Your Honor. Detective, I want to talk about something other than cell phones here for a minute. Where did Emily Noble's remains go after they were recovered?
Delaware County has a contract with the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, so her remains were taken there for an autopsy.
And where did they go from Montgomery County?
They were later transferred to Ohio State for further examination by anthropologists.
And was there a period of time that passed while waiting for that report to be done?
Yes, there was.
Did you continue with other investigation while that was ongoing?
Yes, I did.
Was there any investigation conducted with regard to the branch that the court had been tied around?
Yes, there was.
And can you tell the jury about that, please?
So, unsure of what it was, I contacted the Ohio State's Forestry Division to get what sort of tree we were looking at, based on the pictures and stuff that I'd explained earlier. They responded back that it looked like it was not actually a tree, but a giant shrub, is how they described it, that could grow to the size of a small tree, essentially. It's called a Muir honeysuckle. I'd never heard of it. I'm not a tree guy. And so I'd asked if there was any sort of data on the wood strength for a shrub like this.
And eventually, did you have someone come out to test the strength of the branch?
Yes, I did.
And who was that, sir?
It was Dr. John Bolte and Dr. Kang from Ohio State.
And did they come out and run tests on the tree branch?
Yes, they did.
And was the tree branch able to support the weight in their tests?
Yes, it was.
Did you also, during the investigation, receive a report from, I guess, what's colloquially known as the body farm?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us about that, sir?
That the body decomposition was what they had studied previously, with the body out in the elements in a upright hanging position.
With regard to the test of the branch, was that designed to mimic exactly the way Emily's remains were found?
Not exactly, no.
If you recall, how did it differ from Emily?
It differed because they had taken the legs from it was essentially like a crash test dummy, was the best way to describe what they had used. And they had taken the legs off and put it up into the lap of the dummy itself.
Was there a cord that was used for the test?
There was.
And how was that cord fastened around the dummy's neck?
Honestly, I can't recall.
Detective, one last thing about cell phones. We talked towards the end of your spreadsheet about something called Signal app.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what Signal app is?
A Signal app is a way for two users to communicate similar to like text messaging, but it's more encrypted, so it can't be read from a third party. It's a lot more secure than a general text message would be considered.
Was there a question about whether content from the Signal app would have been recovered during the forensic extractions done of the phone?
That is correct.
And just so we're clear, we're talking about the defendant's iPhone.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
As a result of those concerns, was an additional search warrant obtained in order to manually search the phone?
Yes, there was.
How was that manual search of the phone conducted?
It was conducted with Detective, I believe he's a lieutenant at this point. If I call him Sergeant, I apologize. Detective Sergeant Alloway and myself, and I essentially was standing over him and recording the screen as he manually entered the Signal app on Mr. Moore's iPhone, and we examined it that way.
Detective, again, I'm going to just show you what's in March of State Exhibit 106. Are you able to see that, Detective?
No, sir.
Yeah, all right, it's because I'm the wrong input. That was a test again, you still
Yeah,
passed. Are you able to see that now, sir?
Yes, sir, I am.
And State's Exhibit 106, does that appear to be the video that was taken of the manual search of the cell phone?
That is correct.
And were you able to locate the Signal app?
Yes, we did.
And inside the Signal app, how many conversations were located?
There was just one conversation.
And were you able to determine any kind of user info for that communication?
Yes, I was.
And who was that communication with?
It was communication with somebody through the app named Ridge, R-I-D-G.
And were you able to obtain any other information about this Ridge?
We were able to obtain a phone number.
And did that phone number mean anything to you?
It did.
And who did that phone number belong to?
It belonged to Mathew Moore's friend, Mr. Rugaroli.
Detective, in reviewing the conversation, were you able to determine what were messages that were received in Signal app and what were messages that were sent in Signal app?
Yes, we were.
Approach with what's the March Caesar 107? Detective, I'll hand you what's the March Caesar 107. Take a moment to take a look at that.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
Generally speaking, can you tell us what it is?
It is a screenshot from the video itself of part of the conversation between Arturo Rugaroli and Mathew Moore.
And do the blue bubbles on the right-hand side indicate messages that were sent from the defendant's device?
Yes, they do.
The NRS at this time published States of 107 of the jury. Detective, it's hard to see here. Can you tell us what date and time we're looking at?
May 7th, 2020, at about 1:21 a.m.
And can you tell us what that message from the defendant's phone said?
So the message from Matheau Moore says, "My marriage is over. We don't fuck anymore. I'm an old dirty bastard who needs to ramble."
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. If I could have 1 moment. On the paper. Just your exhibits, if I can.
Absolutely.
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You're ready. This examination, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be longer than we have today, so we're going to end a little bit before 5. So she understands that during the course of her cross-examination, that we'll pick it up later. You just go on, I'll keep track. Don't you worry about it.
Thank you. You know how I can be now. Detective, how are you?
Okay, ma'am, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you. So, I'm going to start with the cell phone, and it won't surprise you to know that I'm going to bounce around a bunch. But you, in the extraction, the text messages between, or the messages between Emily and Matt, did you ever print those out and have an actual hard copy?
No.
Would it surprise, there was a volume of text messages, were there not?
Absolutely there were.
And would it surprise you to know that the volume of text messages within the date and time of your search range was this much paper?
I believe that, yes.
And of this much paper, of messages between Matt and Emily Moore, the exhibits you were asked about, 81A, 81B, 81C, those text messages and those three exhibits that talked about those arguments with Matt and Emily consist of that much paper.
Okay.
Is that fair to say? Those are the exhibits you were asked about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to go through them. Have you, let's go through them. And if you wouldn't mind, because I'm going to go through so many exhibits, if we just... Showing you what's been marked is 81, State's Exhibit 81A. Just so the jury is clear, 81A is from November 21st of 2019. Is that right?
That is correct.
And Detective, let me know if at any point in time you need me to approach. I'm happy to show you things if it's more clear.
Okay.
And I just want to go to the second page of that when you were giving color and context as to what Matt and the phone of Matt and Emily are saying. Right here in the green bubble, that's the bubble that's associated with the phone for EM. Is that right?
That is correct.
Those two words right there say not mean, do they not?
That's correct. Sorry, that's correct.
It says unintelligible.
Correct.
Unintelligible means I can't understand you, doesn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I want to go on to this last message, which you were asked about. I'm going to get it together soon. I just need to let this sadness thing run its course. It won't be much longer. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were questioning Matt Moore in that interview room on May 27th, and you were asking him a whole lot of questions about his marriage. You would agree with me that you kept using a time frame of 6 months. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Like last 6 months, right?
That's correct.
And I remember in the interview that, of course, the jurors watched, and tell me if I'm wrong, but you were using that 6 months time frame, and Matt told you that things after Joey had killed himself had been tough, for lack of a better word.
That's correct.
They had both, they being he and Emily, were both dealing with that situation in different ways. Do you remember him telling you that?
That's correct.
So tell me, we know that Emily went missing in May, right, of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
So April, March, February, January, December, November. How many months is November prior to May?
What, the exact date or just a ballpark?
Just a ballpark.
6 months.
6 months, right? And right here he says it won't be much longer. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Going to 82B. Just want to make sure you were asked about it. And again, the blue bubbles are, let me move it up. The blue bubbles are from the phone identified as Matt Moore. First 5 words, December 31st, 2019. So New Year's Eve, I don't want to argue. Do you see that?
I do.
And you've reviewed, I know, this stack of messages through the course of your investigation. You would agree, would you not, that the message of "I don't want to argue, please be positive" is a constant message from Matt Moore to Emily Miller?
Okay.
It's a regular message, is it not? Please be positive. Stay positive. I need you to be positive.
I'd agree with that.
As evidenced by second page of Exhibit 81B, try and be positive. That's a blue bubble, is it not?
Yes, it is.
I also want to just go up, because you were asked about this earlier. The green bubble is associated with the EM phone, right? And this is New Year's Eve. Do you see how she said, or the green bubble says, you used the wrong word? It's singular. Do you see that, detective?
I do.
So one word is enough for the user of the green bubble to be this upset.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
He can answer that question.
It's one word that causes this chain of text.
Yes.
Want to go to 81C. Do you agree with me that this text exchange is from February of 2020?
Yes, I agree.
So we have the text exchange with respect to disagreements with Matt. We have 81A, which is in November of 2019, right?
Yes.
81B, which is in New Year's Eve of 1920. Happy to show it to you.
1920? 2019?
2019.
Okay. No,
2020.
sorry,
That's okay.
It's been a long day. I get it.
No, me too. So I'll give you grace.
I had to pause.
I mean December 13th of year 2019 going into 2020. That's what I mean.
Okay, yes.
Okay? That's 81B. Now I want to talk about 81C. Is now we're in February of 2020.
Yes.
February to March, March to April, April to May. This is more than 3 months before Emily goes missing, is it not?
That is correct.
And these text messages that were asked about what Matt Moore, blue bubble, and green bubble of Emily, right? He's talking about the medication I got today isn't working. I'm extremely anxious. Can I have one of your Valium? Where are you? Do you see that in 81C?
No, can you pull it down just a little?
Of course I can. Thank you.
Oh, otherwise,
Oops. In the drawer on the right of my sink, on my way home. Do you see that?
I still can't see the message above that you were referencing. Yes, there you go. Okay, yes, I see that.
And then let me scroll up where he ends it with a thank you. Do you see that?
I do.
What happened in or around March 11th of 2002 with respect to COVID? Do you remember that, Detective?
Of March 11th of 2020?
2020, yeah, sorry.
Essentially, the world seemed to shut down.
The Governor DeWine issued a emergency stay-at-home order, did he not?
Correct.
I mentioned that because I was listening to your testimony and it hit me when on direct examination the prosecutor was asking you about the frequency of the word love in text messages between Emily and Matt. You are aware of course, that Emily had a full-time job. She worked for the government or the state.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to focus on August 2019 to May of 2020. Joey kills himself. Emily takes leave from work, does she not?
That is correct.
For about 3 or 4 months.
Yes.
She then returns to work.
Yes, she does.
The governor's stay-at-home order in mid-March forces her to have to go home and work remotely. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, I would.
So when you talk about how the number of comments for love appeared to be less in March and April, I mean, you would agree with me that she's working at home at that time, right?
I'd agree that she's working from home, yes.
So maybe we don't need to text as much if I'm actually at home with you.
Okay.
Right? Because we know Matt wasn't working.
That's correct.
And so Emily's working remotely from home as of the governor's stay-at-home order, correct?
Yes.
Mid-March goes into April, right? And goes into May.
Yes.
I want to go back through. Well, let's talk about this. This 81 series. These are kind of, we can call them the Matt and Emily argument emails, text. Can we call them that just so that I can refer to them? Because these are it, right?
Okay.
You would agree with me that at no point in these, maybe it's 10 or 12 pages, certainly the jury can count, does it say, I hate you? Correct?
That's correct.
I want you dead?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay?
What is it?
Hearsay?
From whom?
It's cross-examination, Your Honor, as to what these text messages do or don't say.
Okay. You're referring to what's on
That's
the
correct.
document.
That's correct.
I just want to make sure I'm clear from your earlier order that...
From the defendant.
Okay,
These are from the defendant.
as long as we're clarifying that, so we make sure we're talking about the stuff that's supposed to be substantive.
Okay, let me be very clear. Messages from Matt Moore's phone do not include the following words. Let's go through this. I hate you, correct?
That's correct.
I want you dead, correct?
Correct.
That is never in there. I am going to kill you, correct?
Correct.
I am going to divorce you, not in there, correct?
No.
In fact, the one message you did read was where he said, if you want to divorce me, let me know. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
None of those statements are in the meat of these Emily and Matt argument texts.
That's correct.
Let's go through some of the... I'm going to come back to the cell phones, but I'll go through some of the... One moment, Your Honor. Just start going through. You were shown exhibit 77 and 88. I printed out a copy.
Okay.
You were shown an electronic copy. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. Are these 77 and 88? That's what we got down there. 77 and 80s.
77.
That's what I have.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to ask you some questions about those, but I'll put them on the screen. These are the same electronic versions that you were shown during direct.
Yes, ma'am.
So these records from J.P. Morgan are for 2 different bank accounts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One of them, and I'll start with Exhibit 77 because that was the earlier account. Do you recognize that as the face sheet?
Yes.
And this account right here, it has the account numbers. Let me zoom in so the jurors can see it. Do you recognize this, Detective?
Yes, I recognize
Okay.
it.
So I just want to go to, if I can, this is Emily Noble's own bank account. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
No one else, his name is on this bank account, right?
That is correct.
And the amount, it's hard to see here, but would you agree that the total assets is $97,000?
It's hard to see, but that looks accurate, yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor, because I want to be sure I'm accurate.
Sorry about that.
No, it's hard to...
Yes.
If you could read the exact amount.
$97,499.82.
Thank you.
Sure.
You were asked about the 2, let me go to Exhibit 80 now. Exhibit 80 is an account that had both Emily and Matt's name on it. Does that sound right?
I don't remember the specific exhibit number, but yes, I remember an account with both their names on it.
One moment. Trying to get to the page. Showing you Exhibit 80, just so we can see account title. What names are listed there?
Matheau Moore and Emily Noble.
And it indicates that it's a checking account, does it not?
Yes, it does.
And so, I'm going to get to the balance of this account, if we could. Just give me one moment. If I may approach, Your Honor, it's hard to see. It's so hard to see.
Okay.
And what's that account balance?
The ending balance is $90,923.11.
Thank you. So the one account with just Emily's name is roughly $97,000,
Yes.
and the one account with both of their names is roughly $90,000.
Yes.
The 2 checks that you were shown for the $5,000, do you remember that during direct examination?
Yes, I do.
Paul Pulver is Matt Moore's stepbrother, is that correct?
I thought it was half brother, but
You know what, you're right, it's his half-brother.
okay.
He lives in Florida, does that sound about right?
Yes.
And the other check for $5,000 to Arturo is a friend of Matt's?
Yes.
And at no point in this case, you interviewed Arturo, did you not?
I did not. We actually sent the local FBI office out to interview him.
Because Arturo actually lives in Vegas, where Matt used to live?
Yes.
And Paul lives in Florida. Someone under your direction interviewed Paul as well, did they not?
It was through a phone call. I interviewed him.
I want to close the loop, if I can, on the issue of money. You wrote a summary, an investigative summary of your work in this case, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And tell me if you ever need to refer to it. I have an extra copy, but you are aware, certainly, and included it in your investigative summary, that Matt Moore's mother died prior to Joey dying in 2019. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when, through the course of your investigation, you learned, did you not, that Matt Moore inherited between $300,000 and $400,000 from his mother when she passed in 2019?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And you also knew that, and you became aware through the course of your investigation, that Emily Noble had a life insurance plan through her work. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you further learned through the course of your investigation that Matt Moore never submitted an insurance claim against that policy. Is it that correct?
That's correct.
I wanted to talk about some, and I warned everyone I was going to jump around. There's some pictures that I didn't show Officer Leckie yesterday, but you are, of course, familiar with the photos from the scene at 46 Abbey Cross that were taken on May 27th during the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
We're going to talk about I'm sure that I'm on hold. Showing what the witness has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit L. Detective, do you remember that photograph being taken by law enforcement on the day of the search? If we could display. Oh, that's my job. Oh, my goodness. It's up. You know what? Takes a village. Thank you so much. Shoot. Do you remember this photograph that's now been marked as Defendant's Exhibit L being taken during the search?
Honestly, I don't.
Okay. Do you want me to approach so you can see it more closely?
No, I can see it clearly. I just can't recall it in the stack of photos being taken.
Okay. And if you can, you just don't remember this photo being taken. I want to zoom out so that we can look at the photo and then I can orient you to it after I grab another photo. But you see that there appears to be a card, does there not? Like an envelope with what it looks like to say E and M?
Yes.
And if I may approach, Your Honor, with Defendant's Exhibit L, I don't want you to take my word for it, but I just want to be sure that that card is not or was not taken by law enforcement as an item of evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you know that May 24th was Emily's birthday, correct?
Yes.
And so should that have been a birthday card, we don't know the contents or the messaging that was taking place between perhaps Matt and Emily the day of her birthday. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I'm going to talk about two other pictures that weren't shown yesterday that I just want to do. Defendant's Exhibit M and N. what's been marked as Defense Exhibit M. Do you recognize that photograph?
That is one of the bathrooms at 46 Abbey Cross, yes.
And it appears to be, would you agree with me, that there is a green hamper right here?
That's accurate.
And if you see in here, there appears to be some items.
Yes.
And this was in the secondary bedroom, or the secondary bathroom, is that right?
That's correct.
And we know that because of the orientation right here of room D.
Correct.
Fair to say that in advance of the search warrant being executed, Matt Moore was not given notice that you were going to descend on that house and execute a search warrant.
That's accurate.
Right? You didn't let him know you were coming.
Correct.
Right? So in the guest bedroom, we have this hamper. Now showing the witness what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit N. At some point during the search warrant, the basket was emptied by the officers, was it not? And the clothes were dumped on the floor.
At this point, I wasn't on scene, but I'm assuming that since no one else was in the house, since officers clear it, that yes, it was emptied out by an officer.
And does this picture look like it jog your mind of one of the pictures that was taken by the officers during the search?
Yes.
And again, just to orient, I know that we have this picture where the clothes are in the basket, and then this picture where the clothes are next to the basket, and the lid appears to be open here. Would you agree with me, Detective?
Yes.
And you answered the question that I was going to ask because you're smart like that. The house was cleared, right? So the only individuals that could move things in the house were the officers.
Correct.
Want to, and it's not real clear here, but does this look like a fair and accurate copy of one of the photographs that was taken by the Westerville Police Department?
Yes.
And the same, I ask you, of Defendant's Exhibit M?
Yes.
It's hard to see here, but this is a plaid shirt here, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And this appears to be a black piece of clothing? Or something black.
Something black, yes.
Yes. And then right back here, do you see that? Is another plaid piece of clothing. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if I may, I'm not sure what this is. I'm showing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. Do you see that plaid?
Yes.
And it's hard to see. And let me, Your Honor, may I approach? I want to bring up Defendant's Exhibit N and 63. Do you see that? In the back there. The State's exhibit that I've shown you, as you testified to on direct, is from Koble Restaurant, taken on May 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
And we know that shirt was a short-sleeve shirt, do we not?
Yes.
That shirt, is that in evidence at the Westerville Police Department?
Honestly, I can't recall. If I could see the list of inventory that was taken from the search warrant, it would refresh my memory.
Well, and because I don't have the evidence log handy, let me ask you this. Fair to say that there is nothing of evidentiary value from any of the clothing items that were taken from the hamper. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And remember when we were watching we watched it, and you certainly have reviewed it, the Officer Hollis video cam footage when he goes to the house initially?
Yes, ma'am.
And Matt Moore goes into the closet and he holds up that black skirt and says, "This is what she was wearing last night." Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then actually on the day of the search warrant, on May 27th, that black skirt is in the same exact location in the closet, is it not? And I'm sorry?
Do you have a photograph for that?
Yes, I'm getting it.
Okay.
And that black skirt is in physical evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
And I came to the office, to the police department, what was it now, a week or so ago?
Probably about 2 weeks. Yes.
2 weeks now.
Yes.
And you and Lieutenant Alloway and I, we opened up a significant number of brown bags which had physical evidence in those bags, right?
Yes.
And one of the items that was bagged and properly preserved was that black skirt that Emily was seen wearing on her birthday.
Since I was in and out, essentially getting the items out for you and Detective Lieutenant Alloway, I can't speak as to what was in all the bags.
You are aware, though, are you not, that it was seized as evidence, a black miniskirt?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit O, because it's easier than for me to find. Does this look familiar?
Yes.
And this photograph was taken on the 27th of May.
Yes, it was.
And thinking now to compare this photograph versus the body cam from Officer Hollis on the 25th, do you remember when Matt Moore walks into the closet on May 25th, right to this area, and holds up a black item and says this is her miniskirt?
Yes, I do.
And this photo, we know, is from May 27th, so 2 days later. And there appears, does it not, to be a black item in that same or similar location.
Yes.
And fair to say that when you're executing a search warrant, your purpose there is truly, as the search warrant application says, to find items of evidentiary value.
Yes.
That's why you're there. You're looking for any possible evidence of trace evidence, right? So blood spatter, hairs, fibers, anything that might indicate to you that there was some sort of crime committed there, right?
That's correct.
You would certainly take anything that you saw that you thought it might not be of evidentiary value, but if it could be, best practices, you'd take it, would you not?
That's correct.
Showing you now what's marked as, I'm being challenged on my alphabet. P. Defendant's Exhibit P. Detective, I know you haven't been shown this photo before, but I ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And where was this photo obtained from during the course of the investigation?
This is a photo from Matt Moore's iPhone.
Which was, based on the data, this was taken on May 24th of 2020, was it not?
That's correct.
And this area where it's taken, I know we heard some testimony from Amy Thomas, but this is called the Field of Heroes, correct?
That is correct.
I just want to draw your attention. Do you see those shoes that Emily Noble is wearing in that picture?
I do.
And so we know that this is the day of her birthday, the day before she goes missing, do we not?
That's correct.
And do you see it looks as if there's some kind of shoes, and then there's like a black right there, almost like a sock that's peeking out. Do you see that?
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit H. Do you see those?
I do.
This photograph was taken on May 27th of 2020 when the search warrant was executed, is it not?
That's correct.
And these shoes seem to indicate that it looks like there's some socks in them.
Yes.
And we know that they're in the garage because of the marker.
Yes.
I'm just going to show, once I clear, let me approach, if I can, Your Honor, with Defendant's Exhibit H and Defendant's Exhibit P. Detective, would you agree that the shoes or the booties that Emily Noble is wearing on May 24th of 2020 appear to be same as similar as those that are just sitting in the garage at 46 Abbey Cross on 5/27/2020?
Yes, they are same or similar.
State's Exhibits 7 and 8 were shown to you. Remember this photo, Detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Where you were shown that when Matt Moore's walking in here, this cooler is in this position right here.
Yes.
Right? Do you see how there's actually a cord hanging down from here? Do you see that? And I'm happy to approach.
I can see it.
Yes. So we've got the orange electrical cord on top of the cooler, and then we've got the cord hanging down. Right?
Yes.
And then you know from watching Sergeant Hollis's body cam video that there's twice that he leaves the house and leaves Matt Moore alone in the house, correct?
That's correct.
The first time when he's over talking to John Kramer, and then the second time where he's out talking to officers, and the second time was about a half an hour or so. Does that sound right?
That sounds accurate.
And at no point in time did Sergeant Hollis ever say, don't touch anything in the house, did he?
No, we did not.
Nor did he say, come outside with me because I don't want anything disturbed inside, right?
That's correct.
So then Officer Hollis comes back in, and Matt says, wait a second, this seems odd, right? Because there's this cord isn't usually here, the cord is hanging here. Do you remember when he told Officer Hollis that?
I do.
You would agree with me that yes, the cooler has been moved. It's almost as if he went over there when Officer Hollis was gone and noticed it was out of place, and so the cooler's moved, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Well,
I was just saying that.
okay. So they were asked these questions about the cooler's moved, and there's a flashlight there. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, you would agree with me that the electrical cord is still in the exact same or similar position in both photos. It's hanging down, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so if the electrical cord or the cooler were of evidentiary value, I am sure that the officers would have seized any or all of those things. Wouldn't you?
Yes.
And nothing from here was seized, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I want to talk about a few more things in the garage, if we could. You looked, did you not, at receipts of things that Matt Moore had purchased in the days leading up to May 25th, 24th of May. Did you not?
Yes.
And in particular, you found a couple transactions at Home Depot and, Home Depot. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
From March 15th of 2020, there was a order total of $26.19. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you indicated that in your report on page 63. I assume you remember through your investigation that the receipt was determined to be for a Nature's Care soil. Do you remember that?
I don't, but I'm not disputing it's
Nope.
in the progress.
Happy to, Your Honor, may I approach? Just, if it would refresh your recollection.
Absolutely.
I just snipped it from your
All right,
report.
thank you.
You let me know.
Okay.
Showing you what's previously been marked as Defendant's Q. And I only show you this just about this issue of things being moved or not moved. Does this picture look familiar to you? I know it was not shown during the direct examination of Lighty, but have you seen this picture before?
Yes.
And does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of this corner of the garage, 46 Abbey Cross?
Yes.
And this is capturing that area as of May 27th of 2020. Do you
Yes.
agree with me?
That's correct.
And you see this right here. The bag that's purchased a couple months prior is just sitting right here in the garage. Do you see that, Detective?
Yes.
And in fact, you can read right here. It says Nature's, does it not? Nature's Care, and it's potting mix.
Yes.
And that purchase was made in March, and it was still in the garage in May, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There was also a lot of discussion about vodka. And you would agree with me that earlier today we heard your interview of Matheau Moore at the station on May 27th. And you asked him the question about whether he and Emily went home after the bars and whether he continued to drink. Do you remember you asking Mr. Moore that?
Yes.
And he said, sometimes I sip vodka, but I don't have any at the house right now. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes, I do.
Fair to say, surely, that when the officers searched the house, right, again, Matt Moore not knowing that you were coming, there was no open bottles of vodka, right?
Not that I was aware of.
There was no, and of course the pictures speak for themselves,
Exactly.
right?
Yes.
So if we, or the jurors were to look at all the bottles, no open bottles of vodka, right?
Correct.
Not on the counter or in the trash, right?
Correct.
And you know, speaking of that, it wasn't mentioned, but I want to mention it. In addition to one of the investigative things that you did in this case, you also did a trash pull at 46 Abbey Cross, did you not?
That is accurate.
Trash pull is another really great investigative process, or it could be sometimes, right?
Yes.
Because someone could dispose of sheets or towels, or there might be other things of evidence that, while aren't in the house, are perhaps in the trash that are intended to be disposed of, right?
Correct.
You did a trash pull at Abbey Cross, did you not?
Yes, we did.
Tell the jurors where you pulled the trash from.
From in front of the residence the morning of the 27th.
Right? In one of the trash bins?
Trash can. Yes.
Trash can. So, and I asked that because it wasn't from like a trash can that's under the sink or anything. You actually went into like the trash bin that was outside the house, right?
Yes.
And you looked through it with the mindset of what in here might be of any possible evidentiary value, correct?
Yes,
You found nothing.
that's correct.
Just going to go through, I'm cognizant of my time, so let's go to Joey.
Okay.
Just generally the topic. Joey was found hanging from a tree branch in July of 2019.
Correct.
And that was within Westerville that took place.
Yes.
The park where he was found, what is that called?
Boyer Nature Preserve.
And fair to say that through the course of your investigation in this case, you became aware of Joey's suicide.
Yes.
It was not a case file that had been assigned to you when it happened.
No.
But fair to say, as part of your investigation in this case, which I'm sure you would say was thorough,
Yes.
you went back and looked at the case file with respect to Joey.
Correct.
And you looked at the photographs because those were still within the custody and control of Westerville?
Detective Wright did.
Detective Wright did?
Yes.
Under your direction, but as part of your investigation?
Correct.
Right? And there were still photographs of that, of Joey as he was found hanging?
Yes.
And if you recall from your review and investigation of all the work done in this case, a runner was on a path and actually had discovered him in the morning hours.
That's correct.
Fair to say that in relation to Emily's missing and the investigation that followed between May 25th, 2020 and Matt Moore's arrest in June of 2021, that you as the lead detective on this case went back and really looked closely at the circumstances surrounding Joey's suicide.
What do you mean looked closely?
You looked at the case again,
Yes.
didn't you?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You went back and you looked at it.
Sure.
And Joey's death was determined to be a suicide at the time when it happened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's still the finding as of today, is it not?
That is correct.
And I want to talk about, and I assume you know this through your experience and training, there's two different types of hangings, are there not? There's what we call an incomplete hanging and a complete hanging.
That's correct.
Incomplete's a little deceptive, I think, but I'll start with complete. Complete, is it not, and please tell me if I'm wrong, is when someone hangs themselves, let's say from a tree, and they are suspended in free form. That is, they are not touching the ground.
That's correct.
And then there's something called an incomplete hanging, which doesn't really sound as if what it is, right?
That's fair.
An incomplete hanging is when someone, for instance, could hang themselves, let's say, on a doorknob, right?
Yes.
They could actually be sitting on the ground and hang themselves on a doorknob, right?
Yes.
And so incomplete is when you're on the ground but able to hang yourself. And complete is when you're hanging and not touching the ground.
Correct.
And I just want to be clear about that. Joey's was a complete hanging.
That's correct.
And we know that when Emily was found in the woods, is that she was in, as you told the jurors, she appeared to be on her knees, but on the ground.
Correct.
I want to show you what I will mark as Mark. Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit R. You have not been shown this picture before.
I've seen it before.
Oh, I meant in the trial.
Yeah, okay.
But you've seen it before, certainly, right?
Yes.
And I know that you were at the scene on May 27th, I'm sorry, on September 16th of 2020, correct?
That's correct.
When the remains were found.
That's correct.
Just want to go over, and does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of how the remains were when you arrived at the scene?
It does.
Just want to, that this tennis shoe that I circled, you would agree with me that it's actually still on the leg there.
That's correct.
And in fact, as you later watch the remains be removed, the shoe was not separate and apart from the remains. It was still literally on the skeletonized foot.
Correct.
I want to ask you to look at this hand right here. Do you see those fingers?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that this appears to be the thumb and then these are the fingers right here?
Yes.
And this is the leg?
That's correct.
And this appears to be, does it not, a cloth over the right hand?
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
Okay. And we know from the positioning that the leg is bent, right, like this?
Correct.
And she's on the ground like that.
Correct.
She's on the ground like this. Is that correct?
That's
and the fingers are shown there.
Well, her left leg obviously is not the same as yours, but yes.
And next to her, Emily's remains, was found a water bottle. Was it not?
That's correct.
And I just wanted to talk to you about the lab results that were done with respect to the water bottle. There was contents in the water bottle, correct?
There was a liquid, yes.
And you took a sample of that liquid and had it submitted for testing.
That's correct.
Fair to say that when you took the sample to have it submitted for testing, it was noted to be peachy in color. Do you remember that description of it?
Yes, I do.
And in fact, when I came to look at the physical evidence, the color of the liquid inside the bottle is still peachy, is it not?
That's correct.
And that was submitted and tested, and it was determined, you would agree, that the liquid that is a peachy color was plus or minus 6.3% alcohol.
Correct.
Tell the jurors the proximity of the water bottle from the remains as it was found.
It was right next to the remains.
On the left side.
On Emily's left side, yes.
Staying at the scene, you are aware of Emily Noble's height, I presume.
Yes.
And tell the jurors how tall she was.
Just over 5 foot tall.
She's just over 5 feet tall. And not that you would, but of course we're as tall as we are, and then we could potentially raise our arm like this. Matt Moore is, do you know his exact height?
Not off the top of my head anymore, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if I were to show you a Westerville police sheet?
Yes.
Thank you. If I may approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
And if that refreshes your recollection, how tall is Mathew Moore?
6 foot even.
Thank you. And the tree branch where Emily Noble was found hanging from, that tree branch was measured from the branch to the ground, was it not?
Yes.
And it was 6 foot 3 inches tall, or in distance.
Yes.
So between the branch and the ground is 6 feet 3 inches.
Yes.
So if I'm 6 feet tall and I'm looking at that branch, the branch would probably be like kind of right here, right? It would just be 3 inches over my head.
Correct.
If I'm 5 feet tall, the branch would be Well, a foot over my head.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'll break. Sorry. A few minutes late. Sorry. You were going to remind me.
He said you had control of the clock.
Fair enough.
Counting on you. We'll resume where you left off.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our evening resets, and because you have been so attentive and patient throughout this case, I'm giving you 2 days off. So, have a good weekend. As always, remember the court's admonition, and this is even more important since you're going to be away from us for a while. Again, make sure no one discusses the case with you. Don't allow any form of media attention come into your presence regarding this case. And enjoy yourselves over the weekend. Relax. Get a good night's rest. We'll start again Monday. Same sort of thing. Go to the third floor, and we'll, as soon as everybody's here, we'll get started. Any questions from anyone? Okay. Have a good night. 8:30, 8:30, yes, ma'am.